Okay. Good morning. So I'll tell you I mean, for online students, this is what you have to do, right? I mean, same for you as well. You have to have the resource book by your side, right? In the resource book, we are going to jump between two sections, right? So we are going to talk about plant evolution plus plant reproduction, right? That's today's special session, right? Because evolutionarily, plants progressed in their reproductive, let's say, how they reproduce, right? Evolution is invariably tied together with plant reproduction, right? How plants evolve was mainly to do with their reproduction. So that's why the plant evolution part is going to be from your third lesson, that is page number 87 onwards, right? So plant evolution is going to be from page number 87 onwards, right? Plant reproduction is going to be on your fourth lesson, page number 141 of lesson 4. So we are going to jump in between these two because we learn about the beginning of a certain plant group here, then we jump to how they reproduce here, then we come back, then we go back, like that, right? That's how it's going to go. That's how you should handle the resource book. Next thing is physical people already got the tute. Online people, you will receive the tute delivered once you have enrolled with the website with your address. But for now, you have the PDF, right? So next thing is the tute, right? Tute, physical copy or PDF, whatever. I have given you the proper your Campbell biology diagrams, right? So the tute has proper diagram, the complicated full descriptive color, right? The full diagram is that's the one I want you to use to imagine, right? So I have given some, very close to the real thing that is happening in those diagrams, right? So in the tute, you have to jump between the tute and the resource as well, right? Finally, we are going to draw our own sort of life cycle short, right? I like to call those flash maps, right? So online people, you need to have papers, maybe A4 sheets, right? If you have an A3 paper, that is good. Right? A big one big A3 paper, that is good. So for the physical people, I'm going to give you, right? So that is going to be your all-in-one note. Right? So you are going to draw these life cycles. There's going to be, with the common one, and then Pogonatum, Selaginella, Nephrolepis, 3 cycus, flowering plants, and yeah, about 5 life cycles you have to draw. So use both sides. Right? And try to make it neat and tidy. Right? Online people, better if you have, A4 sheets are fine. Okay, clear about the structure. Any question? You can clearly see and hear, right? Any issue? Pip? Whatever. Okay. So let's, we have to cover a lot, right? I'll try to keep it interesting. I'll try to keep it, let's say, non-complicated because even I'm not a big fan of this section, right? But anyway, it's going to be, මම ඒක idea එක ඔලුවට දාන්නේ. It's a very sort of headache type lesson, right? It's very hard to remember these things, right? But the first step to sort of memorizing is you have to understand. Without understanding, you can't memorize. Then have an own idea, right? Have your own sort of a visual diagram of what is happening, right? Put some logic to it. Then start to study the terms. Okay. එම step wise යන්න නැතුව එකපාරටම කටපාඩම් කරන්න ගියොත් I mean some of you might be able to photographic memories people are there but for the most people I mean for most logical people the best way is to understand and study, right? Okay. All right, come to page number 87. Okay, come to page number 87. Hold on.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so let's read a little bit, right? It is believed that the members of the kingdom plant evolved from a group of chlorophytes or green algae. So, was it last week, Protista? Week before? Last week, right? Not last week. The last time we had classes, right? So, chlorophytes or green algae you can consider as the closest relatives of the modern kingdom plant, right? So, mostly the kingdom plant involves terrestrial plants, right? Plants that grow on land. So, right. So, what are the similarities? You need to, I mean, there are a lot of similarities. That's why we are saying our modern land plants came from green algae, right? So, recall what are the things you know about green algae? Chlorophytes. What is the example you know? Ulva. Right? Ulvage, ulvage තිබ්බ features මොනවද? Right? Chlorophytes, we believe, evolved into modern day, right? So, kingdom plant, right? What are the things you had in ulva? Yes. Did they have a cell wall? Yeah. Did this chlorophyte algae have a cell wall? Yes. Right. They had a cell wall composed of. So these are the similarities. Huh? Similarities. They both had a. Hold on. Who's starting a whiteboard? I'm the one teaching here. Right? Okay. I'm the one teaching here. Okay. Somebody started a whiteboard. This is the whiteboard. Right? So first similarity, they have a cell wall. They have a cellulose cell wall. Yes. What else? Are they photosynthetic chlorophytes? Yes. They had chlorophyll. What are the letters? Chlorophyll. Hmm? We learned about chlorophylls A, B, C, D වෙනකන් දන්නව නේද? Right? Four types of chlorophylls we know, right? What types of chlorophylls did this green algae have? A and A and B, no? Right? The same ones that we learned about when we were doing photosynthesis, mainly chlorophyll A and B. What else? Storage sugar. What did green algae store? Sorry, not storage, let's say storage polysaccharide. right? What was it that you had in green algae? Starch, no? Same as normal plants. These are the similarities, right? So that's why we think modern day terrestrial plants evolved from chlorophytes. So these are the similarities. The differences are given here, right? So they say kingdom Plantae evolved from a group of chlorophytes or green algae. Most of them are terrestrial. Chlorophyte algae lack key traits of land plants. What are the things that they lack? So similarities are these. What do they? I mean, what do they don't have? Right? Mona the right? They lack. What are the things that they lack? Some of these terms you don't know yet, right? What are they saying? Whorl spores in Porangia, multicellular gametangia, dependent embryo, and apical meristem. Right? All those things you are going to know by the end of the day. Right? So what do they, yes. So what they don't have? Whorl spores, right? Whorl spores. They are going to ask you this, huh? Whorl spores in Sporangia, multicellular gametangia, right? Dependent embryo. What's the last one? What's the last one? Apical meristem, right? So these are the key differences between chlorophytes and plants. These are the key similarities, right? So with that knowledge, we have to move on. Take your short note sheet, right? The A3 paper. Online people, small note we are going to take, right? Write down the similarities and what are the features lacking between green algae and your modern day plants. Yeah, better say storage food. Huh? Yes, because when you come to these sort of Floridian starch or omega, they are sort of not exactly pure polysaccharides, if you can remember, right? Storage food. Chlorophytes became modern day plants. These are the similarities, these are the differences. All these differences you are going to understand the terms by the end of the day. Yeah? Manage your space, right? Karada Kolahambunati. Right? How to you can use both sides, but life cycles, if you it's better if you can draw on all the same side, right? So plant evolution is really interesting in the sense most of the living features that we observe, even in animals, the plants were the pioneers, right? For example, you can take the first plant cells. I mean, it was the plants that started to deliberately kill their own cells for their body function, right? Plants, they started to kill their own cells for their own purposes. For example, xylem tissue, අහලා තියෙනවනේ, right? Xylem tissue is mainly composed of dead cells, right? So the plant deliberately kills their xylem tissue cells so that they have the use of xylem. Xylem does what? Transports water and minerals upwards, right? In order to do that, the plant deliberately kills the xylem tissue, right? So that was actually first started by plants. that is now called in our body, we call it as apoptosis. Hitalama cells nathi karne. For example, what is the best place that we do? I mean, the best example for cell killing that we see in our body, our own cells. Every day we do this, right? Cancer, right? Every day in our digestive system, in sort of in most of the places, there are single cancer cells starting, right? But our immune system is finding them and killing them, and also inside cells there's a self-killing mechanism. They, I mean, they commit suicide once they identify I am damaged, right? That was started by plants. They started this process of killing their own cells for the benefit, right? Okay. And most of the pharmacology, right? Most of the drugs we use today come from plants, right? I mean, we mainly now synthetically produce them, but originally we extracted most of the drugs from plants, right? Because those things were produced by plants for mainly for their protection, reproduction, right? Now we extract those things and we used for our benefit. Most of this, let's say, for example, cardiac glycosides, digitalis කියලා එකක් අහලා තියෙනවා, right? We use it to treat heart attacks. Heart attacks, what we call as irregular heartbeat, that was produced by the plant to protect itself. Right? That was produced by the plant to protect itself. We extract it and use it for our benefit. Right? So even though you think, let's say, I mean, plant. So let's say botany is actually a bit of a boring topic, right? But the thing is, it's very closely associated with our lives as well, particularly the chemicals produced by plants, right? And the food, obviously, right? That's why it's important, right? Why even if you go into medicine like human biology, you cannot go away from plants. We have a particular sort of, I mean, a set of lectures from toxicology, plant poisons, how to treat plant poisons. And in pharmacology, we learn a lot about different substances extracted from plants, right? ඒ වගේ plants and human life is very closely associated. Okay, so this basis is important for you as you go along. Okay, got it. Okay, all right. Next, we'll move on to a bit of a classification of plants, right? So this is done, right? The first plants that colonize land were actually very, very simple, as they should be, right? පටන් ගන්නකොටම ලොකුවට පටන් ගන්න අමාරුයි, right? The first plants that colonize land, you can remember the timeline, right? I won't ask how many millions of years ago plants colonize land because I can't remember as well, right? But you need to remember. So the very first plants that colonize land were very, very simple, right? They were very close to these algae. Right? So we classify these plants based on the things they have and they don't have, right? So plants, that basic classification is there in your resource. We start by classifying them based on if they have a specialized system to transport materials. What do we call that? A vascular system, right? So they are the earliest plants or the most basic plants, they don't even have a proper transport system. So we call them as non-vascular. Okay. Non-vascular. Then we have the people or the plants that evolve to have a proper transport system, vascular plants. Okay. Non-vascular, vascular. Then what is the next thing anyone is going to focus on, right? Once they have a proper way of sort of surviving and transporting things within their body, what's the next focus? How to reproduce, huh? Right? How to reproduce, how to properly spread your species around the world, right? Then that is the next evolutionary step. They developed certain packages that can act as your sort of, let's say, the vehicle to carry your, or let's say the vehicle to produce your next generation. Those are called a seed, right? Seedless plants are there, right? Seedless, and there are seed. They started to have this package that will be later become the next generation, that is called the seed. Then there was a evolution among seed plants as well, based on how the seed is covered or how the seed is protected, right? So there are naked seed plants, right? The seed is just outside, right? Gymnosperms. The seed is just outside, right? Then there are angiosperms. I think this angios means like covering or something, right? Or the, yeah, some sort of, yeah. These are Greek words. Gymno means maybe naked. I don't know. Right? So gymnosperms and angiosperms based on how the seed was packaged. Basic evolution. So we are going to learn about certain plant groups in each of these categories. That's how we are going to see. So the evolutionary trend is from here to here, right? These are the most basic plants. Non-vascular plants are the most basic. May evolutionary scale, on the evolutionary scale, they are on this side, the sort of pioneers. These are the most advanced people. That's what you need to have. No, that's the idea you need to have. So the evolution happens from this way to this way, right? So we are going to learn about at least one group from each of these groups to see how they gradually evolve. Okay. Right. Take this down quickly because the proper one is in your resource book, right? With the details. Spinner plants are of two types, as seedless and seed plants. Seed plants are of two types based on if their seeds are covered or not, as naked seeds and covered seeds, right? Gymnosperms and angiosperms. With a pencil, you can write evolution goes evolution progresses in this direction. Right? Most basic people are the non-vasculars. Most advanced are the angiosperms. Okay. The most important thing is going to be how you get into your minds how step by step they progress to here, right? With one evolutionary sort of, when we are jumping from one class to the other, there are going to be some advancements. So you have to have yeah. මෙන්න මෙයා මේක upgrade කරලා තියෙනවා. අර නිකන් එක එක iPhones එනවා වගේ, right? They are upgrading, slowly upgrading small things, right? Every year they are upgrading small things. It's like that. So the non-vascular people got a, then they are going to get a big jump. They are going to get a vascular xylem and phloem transport system, right? iPhone එකට face ID වගේ, right? ඒ වගේ then they are going to get seedless and seed plants. Maybe they got what, the 3 camera system or whatever, right? Or there's going to be small updates to this plant form until you get the modern flowering plants. So if you go outside, if you go to a forest, what are the main dominating, the biggest trees that you are going to see? Probably they are seed producing. Can be flowering or non-flowering. I mean, gymnosperms are big trees, dominating trees as well, right? But mainly the seed plant dominance you will be able to see if you go to a forest, right? Like a sort of kingdom. If you take the kingdom plant, there's a dominance of seed plants. You'll see why. Because they are very efficient at spreading their sort of, I mean, producing their next generation. Okay, right. Clear. Okay. Let's jump to the introduction of plant reproduction as well, right? Let's jump to plant reproduction as well. Then we can move on to the first plant evolutionary group, non-vascular plants. Before that, I want you to teach about how plants reproduce. There's a basic plan to how plants reproduce, right? There is something called alteration of generations. Within a plant's lifetime, the plant lives two lives. Okay, the plant lives two lives that we call as what? Alteration of generations. All terrestrial plants do this. Huh? All land plants do this. That is called alteration of generations. They live two lives. A single plant, right? By two forms. There are two plant forms within a plant's life cycle. That's why we are calling it a life cycle, right? We don't have a life cycle. No, we directly develop from our fertilized stage of a zygote එකක ඉඳලා we grow into an adult, we produce a young child. Then it's not exactly a cyclic process, right? We live and we die, right? A plant has two lives because it lives life in two different forms that are also morphologically different. That means they differ from their external appearance as well. One form is called the sporophyte, right? Sporophyte, right? The sporophyte is what we call as the diploid generation. What do you mean by diploid? It has two sets of chromosomes, right? It has two sets of chromosomes. Sporophyte. This sporophyte is able to reproduce by what? Reproductive organs, right? So the sporophyte produces reproductive organs. They are called sporangia. Okay. What are sporangia? Reproductive organs of sporophyte. The sporangia produces what? Navematina. What do they produce? Spores. Okay. The sporangia produces spores. But the thing is, these spores are haploid. N. The spores are haploid. So what is the cell division that can produce haploid things? Yes. What is cell division? Meiosis. So what is the cell division happening in this sporangia? It's meiosis, right? So that is one part of the life cycle. Then we are going to come to the other part. These spores are going to produce the other, let's say the other life, the double life. That is called what? Gametophyte. Sporophyte and gametophyte කියලා දෙන්නෙක්. Gametophyte has also reproductive organs. Give me a name, you can be scientist. Gametophyte එකේ reproductive structures. Gametangia. Sporangia, gametangia. Right? Gametangia produce what? Gametes. Right? Gametangia produces gametes. So what is the ploidy level? Ploidy level you can't forget. දිගටම ploidy level එක මතක තියාගන්න. Spores produce gametophytes. So what is the ploidy level of the gametophyte? N. Gametangia also N. Gametes by definition, right? If you think of a gamete, if you think of a sperm or an egg, are they diploid or haploid? Half. No? Gametes are also haploid. So how does gametangia produce these gametes? It has to be by some sort of a non-reducing cell division. No, there cannot be any number of I mean, there's no reduction in the number of chromosomes. So it has to be mitosis here. Gametangia produces gametes by mitosis. From the gametes, you are going to get what? The sporangium again. Oh, sorry, the sporophyte again. Life cycle. This is the most simple way, but it's much more complicated, right? So what is the, we consider as a starting point the sporophyte, right? Sporophyte has reproductive structures called sporangia. In the sporangia, meiosis is happening, produces haploid spores. Haploid spores are going to produce the gametophyte. Gametophyte has reproductive organs called gametangia. Gametangia are going to produce gametes by mitosis. Those gametes are going to produce a sporophyte. The thing is, you're going to need two gametes. Right? එක gamete එකකින් බෑනේ, you can't produce 2n by 1n, right? So there's going to be another gamete coming here, right? So what is this process here happening here? Gametes combining. It's a fertilization. No? It's a fertilization. Gamete combines and fertilizes to produce the diploid sporophyte. So this gamete is also N. Mhm. That's basically it. This is plant life cycle. As I told you, this sporophyte and gametophyte are the main people, right? They are the two different forms. There's a sporophyte and a gametophyte. Those are the two generations, right? So alteration of generations happens between this generation and the sporophytic generation and the gametophytic generation, right? Sporophyte produces the gametophyte produces the sporophyte. Okay, and this gametophyte and the sporophyte are morphologically different. If you look at them from the outside, you are going to see the difference. This is, you can see that this is the sporophyte, this is the gametophyte. You will see with examples how, what is the sporophyte, what is the gametophyte, right? With different plant, let's say plant phyla. Okay, come to the resource. Let's read a little bit. Page number 141. We are going to do the first jump. Page number 141. Million people, you can hear, right? Okay. Page number 141. Let's read a little bit. Life cycles of all land plants exhibit alteration of generations, which means the presence of a haploid generation and a diploid generation alternatively, with each producing the other. Haploid generation is called what? Gametophytic generation. Diploid generation is called sporophyte or the sporophytic generation. Highlight, exhibit alternation of generations. Highlight. Page number 141, right? In your resources also. Online people who don't have the tute, the diagram tute, the PDF, it's in the group, right? All of you have got hold of it. The two multicellular body forms that alternate in the life cycle of land plants are the haploid gametophyte, right, and the diploid sporophyte, which are morphologically different. What do you mean morphologically? By external appearance, right? External appearance, you can clearly differentiate. This is the sporophyte, this is the gametophyte. Highlight morphologically different. Therefore, called heteromorphic alteration of generations. Highlight the word heteromorphic alteration. Their reproductive organs, gametangia and sporangia, are protected by sterile cell layers to prevent desiccation of mother cells. Right? Highlight the words gametangia and sporangia. Okay. Gametophytes produce gametes by mitosis. Right? I'll expand this a little bit. Right? Gametangia are of two types. So, I'll do a bit of, I'll erase this and expand it a little bit. Right? So, you have an all in one diagram. So, spores are going to do what? Spores are going to produce the gametophyte, right? The gametophyte can be male and female, right? The gametophyte can have male gametangia or female gametangia. How is that, right? So you have the gametophyte producing two types of gametangia, right? The male gametangia is called antheridia. What is that? Male gametangia. And people, you can see my purple, right? Female gametangia. Female reproductive let's structure of the gametophyte is called what? Archegonia. ටිකක් terms ටිකක් තියෙනවා වචන ටිකක් තියෙනවා right? Archegonia. That is what? Female gametangia. Right. So what are they going to produce? These two going to produce gametes, no? Right? But we have now classified them as male and female, no? So male gametangia are going to produce what? Male gametangia are going to produce sperm, no? Female gametangia are going to produce what? Egg. You can see, right? Egg. But by what cell division? Mitosis. I said all this, right? Mitosis. And these two are going to fertilize, come together like this. Then you are going to get the diploid sporophyte, right? So, haploid, haploid, gametophyte is haploid, sporophyte is diploid. This is fertilization. Okay, all right. Come back to the resource book. We'll afterwards we can draw this. Gametophytes produce gametes by mitosis. All plants carry out internal fertilization to prevent desiccation of gametes. What is this desiccation? Drying out, no? Drying out, right? These gametes are very sensitive. You will see that usually these gametes are usually single cell structures, right? So they are very susceptible to drying out. So you have to protect them. All land plants carry out internal fertilization. Highlight. This is very similar to what we do as humans or as mammals. How do we reproduce? How do we reproduce? Does our females, do our females go outside and sort of place an egg outside? No. The egg is retained within the female reproductive system, right? When we are reproducing as humans, right? Inside the female reproductive organs, the egg is retained. Yes, this basic, right? Then what does the male do? Male comes and sort of, let's say, deposits his sperm inside the female reproductive system. ගෙනල්ලම දෙනවා, right? The egg is not going anywhere. We are not laying eggs. විතර දාන්නේ, right? The male has to come and deposit the sperm very close to the egg. What is the main purpose of it? Why do we? Why is what is that? නිකන් females ලගේ එච්චර ලොකු සීන් egg එක එළියට දෙන්නේ නැහැ, right? No, the basic thing is whenever an egg is outside and the male has to come and deposit the sperm outside, what is going to happen? The new organism is going to be outside, right? But if the female keeps the egg inside her body and the male comes and deposits the sperm inside, the new organism is going to be produced inside the female's body. And the female is going to nourish that new organism until he is able to survive on by itself outside. So that what does that make? What does that assure? That assures the survival of the new organism. අලුතෙන් හම්බෙන බබාව පරිස්සම් වෙන එක නෙවෙයි. Have you seen in those in the Nemo, the Finding Nemo in that movie, right? All those fertilized eggs were killed by a single fish, no? Right? Because why? They were all outside in this in animals that produce the, or let's say the lay the egg outside. It is very, it's at high risk of being damaged. But if you are a mammal that is keeping the baby inside the mother until it's able to survive outside, the baby has a very high chance of living. Same with plants. Plants are very focused about reproduction, right? All plants will retain their egg where these eggs are not released. These eggs are never released. These eggs are going to be kept inside the female reproductive organs, the female gametangia or the archegonia, right? They are not going to be released. The male sperm have to somehow come and find the egg and do the fertilization and produce the sperm. Sorry, spore file. Sperm has to come and find the egg. The egg is where? Inside the archegonia. Okay, that's why we say all land plants carry out internal fertilization. It's a very good survival, let's say, adaptation. Read. Did you highlight all land plants carry out internal fertilization? Highlight. Female gamete or the egg is retained in the archegonium, and male gametes, antherozoids, are released from the antheridium. So sperm එකට අපිට කියන්න පුළුවන් antherozoids කියලා, right? If you want, you can write down sperms. You can call as antherozoids. Okay. Hold on, them and right? We are still discussing. Seedless plants depend on external water for fertilization. Highlight for now, I'll explain. Right? Seedless plants depend on external water. But seed plants do not depend on external water for their fertilization. After fertilization, diploid zygote. Highlight diploid zygote. I'll add two more steps to that. Right. So fertilization is going to happen. Fertilization is going to immediately produce what? A single diploid cell, no? A single diploid cell that is called the zygote. No, we should go in black color, no? Diploids are black. Zygote. Zygote is going to become an embryo. Embryo is going to become sporophyte. Okay. So here we have the fertilization. Fertilization to produce what? A single diploid cell, that is a zygote. From this point onwards, it's all mitosis. Again, right? Yeah, growing, right? The zygote is going to grow, divide to become the big tree, right? So from that point onwards, it's mitosis, right? Then what is the ploidy level? From zygote onwards, it's diploid. 2n, Yokola 2n, right? නැවත අපි purple colour එකෙන් දාමු. Spores are haploid. Where were we? After fertilization, diploid zygote is retained within the gametophyte. Highlight. Diploid zygote is retained within the gametophyte. Amma බලා ගන්නවා. The female is going to look after the newborn baby. Who is it? The zygote. Right? Think of these trees as animals. Okay. Produce an embryo which is nourished by the gametophyte. It's like the mother being pregnant, right? The zygote is going to be looked after by the female gametophyte. The mother or the female plant is going to look after this newborn baby. To produce an embryo which is nourished by the gametophyte, highlight the word embryo. Then embryo develops into the diploid sporophyte. Highlight that sentence. Embryo develops into the diploid sporophyte. Embryo develops into the diploid sporophyte. Delay of meiosis after fertilization results in creating a diploid sporophytic generation. That means it's like right? Think of it like this. So this is you, right? So the sporophyte. So your mother took care of your zygote, your embryo. You were born as a sporophyte, and until you reproduce, there's some time, right? You have to grow up and become mature. That's why we say delay of meiosis after fertilization creates a diploid sporophytic generation. So the sporophyte has to mature before he is ready to produce sporangia and spores and metica karan, right? So that's why the sporophytic generation is going to grow. It's going to take some time before it starts meiosis, right? Right? Next, diploid sporophyte produces haploid spores by meiosis. Highlight. By meiosis, the diploid sporophyte will produce spores. Spores grow into the haploid gametophytes. In the course of evolution of land plants, the diploid sporophytic generation acquired adaptations needed for successful colonization of land and became the dominant plant in the life cycle. Gametophytic generation gradually reduced and has become dependent on the sporophytic generation in seed plants. Right? So I'll explain this evolutionary trend, Buddha. Right? The evolutionary trend is for the sporophyte to be gradually the dominant one. Right? What is the story? In the life cycle of a plant, there are two generations, sporophyte and the gametophyte, each producing the other. Right? The evolutionary trend is for the gradually for the sporophyte to be the dominant. So if you go to a forest, the 99.999 things of the trees or the plants that you see with your eyes are sporophytes. The gametophytes have with evolution become microscopic, I mean smaller and smaller and smaller until they have become microscopic, right? So if you go to a forest, 99.9999 of the trees or plants you'll see are sporophytes, not gametophytes. Gametophytes are very reduced. Okay, you will understand this again when we are going through different phyla of plants, right? Okay, draw this. I have given some space in the tube. ඉඩ ඇති වෙයිද දන්නේ නැහැ. Here, because when the tube was being printed, they have left a lot of margin up here, so that's the problem. So plant life cycles, uh, write down on top alteration of generations and draw this nicely. Use two different colors for the for the haploid generations, for the diploid generations, and clearly write down the cell divisions. Clearly write down the ploidy level. Is it N or 2N? Okay, it's up to you to make it neat. Huh? Online people, I think all students, all of you have got the tute. New people, once you have given your address, the tute will be delivered. For now, refer the PDF. Okay. I think the glare you know, right? Shame. Yesterday, hang on now. After the interval, come to the front. I'm starting your paper class, okay? Right? I'm making no right? So this probably first week of February 2027 paper class. Okay. Every month we are going to be doing two full papers, right? Two full papers and discussions. Okay. I'm going to mark and give you the papers as well. Why is it blurry today? Online people, the board is blurry there. It's a bit shiny. Hiyo. What to do about that? All right. So still shiny. Oh yeah, there's a small shine, no? Okay, done. Still drawing. Get the idea very clearly, right? Who is diploid, who is haploid, who is producing who by what cell division. Those are the basic concepts. You cannot go on. I mean, we cannot move on without this basic idea, right? Who produces who? What is meage ploidiega? Who is producing what by what cell division? That's all you need right now. No need to memorize this, but have the simple idea, right? That's why I'm taking it very slowly actually, because it's the basics. Okay, right. Okay, come back to evolution. Na? Page number, jump back to evolution. Page number 88. Page number 88. Okay, jump back to evolution. Page number 88. Non-vascular plants. Okay, so we are going to start with our most basic people, right? Basic people, right? It's a bit, right? But anyway, they are very basic, right? Non-vascular plants. One way to distinguish a group of plants is to see whether or not they have an extensive system of vascular tissue that transport water and nutrients throughout the plant body. Most present day plants do have a complex vascular tissue system and therefore are called vascular plants. Right? So what's the logic? Most of the plants today they have a vascular tissue, right? Because actually you cannot grow to a nice big tree without having a vascular system, right? You cannot grow to a big tree without a nice xylem and a phloem. You can be a small this moss එකක් වගේ small plant if you don't have a vascular system, right? That's a big limitation to the growth. Okay. Plants that do not have an extensive transport system are described as non-vascular plants. That's a definition highlight. What are non-vascular plants? Plants that do not have a extensive transport system. Non-vascular plants are informally named as bryophytes. Highlight the word bryophytes. Then next page, biophytes share some derived traits with vascular plants, but they lack many innovations of vascular plants, such as the presence of true stems, roots, and leaves. Right? They don't have any of those. Non-vascular plants, they don't have true stems, leaves, or yes, true stems, leaves, and roots. ඔක්කොම අපි ලියනකොට ලියන්නේ within inverted commas. They have a stem, they have roots. They are not proper. They look like roots, they look like stems, they look like leaves, but we cannot properly describe them as proper leaves, right? They are not the properly, let's say they don't come into the definition of a leaf or a tree, sorry, a stem or a root, right? They just look like, okay, highlight that. Lack many innovations, right? Such as presence of true stems, roots, and leaves. Highlight that. Right. So we have actually, when we are talking about this non-vascular plants, we informally call them as what? Bryophytes. But actually, Bryophyta is a phylum coming under this non-vascular plants. But because this Bryophyta is a sort of the dominating class in this non-vascular plants, we can call all non-vascular plants bryophytes. නිකන් අර ඒගොල්ලෝ තමයි වැඩ ඒ කියන්නේ වැඩිපුරම widespread අය හින්දා we can call that entire class of non-vascular plants as bryophytes. But there are other non-vascular phylums such as what? Hepatophyta, Anthocerophyta, right? Those kind of other non-vascular plant phylums are there, right? So remember the examples, okay? Phylum Hepatophyta, Marcantia, highlight, also called as liverworts, right? Their leaves look like this small, they don't look like livers, නිකන් මෙහෙම පොඩි circular, right? Squishy leaves තියෙන චූටි moss එකක්, right? They grow on moist places, right? Underside this sort of tree trunks in rainforest near this sort of mossy stones, අර නිකන් in sort of near rivers you have this sort of mossy stones, ඒ වගේ decaying plant, decaying tree trunks. In those sort of places you will be able to see. Anthocerophyta, the example is Anthoceros. We commonly call them as hornworts. Hornworts. Okay. Bryophyta is the phylum we are going to talk about in detail. The Pogonatum is the example. They are commonly called as mosses. Right. You need to know the common name, the scientific name, and the phylum. Okay. Marcantia, when you are writing those, Marcantia, Anthoceros, Pogonatum, you have to underline. Start with a capital letter. Have to underline by scientific name. Okay. Let's move on to first phylum, phylum Bryophyta. The first class of plants that we are going to study as evolution, how evolution has progressed. Bryophyta, right? What do you need to know about phylum Bryophyta? The entirety of the knowledge you have to have about Bryophyta are actually in two places. මෙතනත් තියෙනවා plant reproduction එකෙත් තියෙනවා, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to combine them together. අපි මෙතන ටික තියෙන ටික කියවලිමු, right? Let's read what is here. Example, Pogonatum, common in moist terrestrial places, right? In close to the rivers, right? In rainforest floor, those kind of places you can see Pogonatum. Next point, haploid gametophyte is the dominant stage, photosynthetic and independent. Okay. I think before progressing, let's go through this diagram, right? Phylum Bryophyta, the Pogonatum diagram. Online people, the PDF is there, right? Phylum Bryophyta, example, Pogonatum. So we are going to draw the first flash map, that is for Pogonatum. Shall I erase this and come here? You're all done with this, right? I'm going to because it's the common plan, right? I'll try to manage it. All right. So what you need to know about Poganatum is actually it's the most basic one. Therefore, the sporophyte dominance has not started yet. Poganatum ge, the dominant generation is what? The gametophyte, right? So the gametophytes are the things that you can see in the environment. The gametophytes are like this. They are like growing from these moist terrestrial, moist soil like this. Okay. Mm. And on the top of them, so this is what I'll use purple color for haploid. This is the female gametophyte. Okay, the female gametophyte. That is where we start because why? The female gametophyte is going to nourish the future sporophyte. Female gametophyte is going to nourish the future sporophyte. So the female gametophyte, I won't be drawing because the diagrams are in the tube, right? So the female gametophyte has on top of it, what are they going to produce? The female gametophyte is going to produce an egg, no? Right? Then who else do we have? Hold on. I can't exactly follow the diagram like this. Right? Be methylene. Here we have female gametophyte. Okay. Female gametophyte is going to produce what? The egg. In her in her right? Archegonium, there's an egg, right? Similarly, there's a male one. Male gametophyte is there. The male gametophyte in the antheridium going to produce sperm. This sperm is going to do what? Because they are growing in moist terrestrial environments. You can see this side, right? Up to here. Yeah. No? Because they grow in this sort of moist terrestrial places, these sperms have to swim. These sperms have to swim through external water, penile end node, through external water to reach the egg. Hmm? Then what's going to happen? There is going to be fertilization, and you are going to get what? A zygote, right? A zygote. The zygote is going to be an embryo. That embryo is going to become what? Sporophyte. Right? The sporophyte is going to do what? Sporophyte is going to produce sporangia, right? So the sporangia here uh, is called the capsule, right? The capsule. In the capsule, it's going to produce spores by what? Meiosis, haploid spores. These spores are going to undergo a developmental stage called uh, protonema. That's just in their diagram, right? The spores are going to grow into the male or female gametophyte. Okay, simple story. Here, what is the cell division? Sporophyte to produce spores. This is meiosis. Archegonium and the antheridium produces sperm by mitosis. Then that those two are going to combine and fertilize, produce a zygote, embryo, and story is going to go like this. This is exactly this story, right? This is exactly this, right? This one exactly the same. But the differs, sort of the difference is you have to find out the difference by this visual diagram that you have, right? Start here, the male gametophyte and the female gametophyte in the middle, right? The male gametophyte and the female gametophyte. What do they produce? The male produces the sperms and the female produces the egg. Can you see the sperm swimming through the external film of water, right? Can you see some external water? The sperm has to swim through the external water and go into the female gametophyte, into the archegonium, and fertilize the egg. Okay. After fertilization, the zygote is going to be retained in the female gametophyte. It is going to be nourished to produce a sporophyte. But the problem is what? Can you see the sporophyte is only a brown color, small upward growth that is on the female gametophyte. That is the problem, right? This sporophyte is very reduced, right? It's only a small antenna-like structure that is growing from the female gametophyte. It's only a small antenna-like structure that is growing on top of the female gametophyte, right? It's very dependent on the female gametophyte. That's the problem with this very first phylum that we are talking about, phylum Bryophyte. I'll draw it in more detail, right? This side you don't need. You can't see the other side. What do you mean? That very corner. Okay. Now, okay. Yeah. So the thing is, if you take this female gametophyte, it's like this, right? These are sort of growing in moist environments. So they are sort of attached to the moist soil like this. And the sporophyte is growing actually on top of this, like this. We have 50 antenna right? It's growing on top of this. There's this sort of a what we call as the capsule on top of it, like this. This is what? This is the gametophyte. What gametophyte? Female. Female gametophyte. What is this? This is the sporophyte. Sporophyte has three parts that we label. That is, the foot is the part that is attached to the female gametophyte. That is called the foot. And this sort of stem-like structure, it's like a stalk. It's called the seta. This is called a capsule. Okay. Always follow the diagram I have given in the tutor, right? That is your visual that is your visual supplement. Okay. Foot, seta, and capsule. Those are the three parts of the sporophyte. Sporophyte is very reduced, and also can you see also in the diagram I have given in the tube, as well as here I drew the sporophyte in a different color. No? It is not green. What does that mean? It is not photosynthetic. The sporophyte is not able to photosynthesize, right? So how is it surviving? How is it getting food? From here, female gametophyte, right? The female gametophyte has what? Roots, right? From those roots, it's going to absorb nutrients, and also it is green colored. Because it's green colored, it can photosynthesize. Some of the nutrients will be absorbed by the foot of the sporophyte to survive. So, what do you need to know? In phylum Bryophyta, the sporophyte is completely dependent on female gametophyte throughout his life. කවදාවත් එයා ස්වාධීන වෙන්නේ නැහැ. That's like a son who is growing with their living with in their parents' house without finding a job, right? Without finding a job means what? He is not independent. He is not photosynthetic. He is entirely dependent on his mother throughout his life, right? That's like the sporophyte of phylum Bryophyta or Pogonata. Okay, clear? Okay, then let's read a little bit. Then I'll explain this again. Okay, page number, where were we? Page number 89. No? Page number 89. Online people, come to the resource. Gametophytes are differentiated into stems, leaves, and rhizoids. Can you see? This is not a proper plant, right? What they have in the middle is not a proper stem. It's a stem. What they have is on this sort of green photosynthetic. They are not leaves. They are leaves. They are not proper leaves, right? How they are connected to the moist soil? By rhizoids, right? They are not. You can call them, right. You can write as roots within inverted commas, but rhizoids you can call them immature sort of root-like structures, right? They have no vascular tissues. Highlight. They have no vascular tissues. Highlight. They have no vascular tissues, right? So what type of plants are we talking about? Non-vascular, right? Under non-vascular, phylum Bryophyta. So they don't have vascular tissues. Okay. Archegonia and Antheridia are typically carried on separate male and female gametophyte. There's a male one, there's a female. There's a male gametophyte and a female gametophyte. They produce, the male one produces Antheridium, female one produces Archegonia. Therefore, the gametophyte is dioecious. Right? This dioecious story. Okay? Them ඔලුවට දාගන්න. Right? Dioecious means, what is di? Dioecious means there's two sexes, male and female. And the two sexes are on two different plants. Right? Dioecious means what? The two sexes are on two plants. Dioecious. මෙයාගේ opposite එක කවුද? Monoecious. Monoecious. That means what? Male and female are on the same organism, same plant. එක්කෙනයි. Mono දෙකම තියෙන එක්කෙනෙක්. Got it? Both are in the same one. That means monoecious. If the two sexes are on two, that is dioecious. Give me another name. Like a most, let's say, a more common name to all these two people. මෙයාට what you can call both male and female. අපි නිකන් කියන්නේ that word we now use it as sexual orientation, right? If someone has having both male and female sex organs, we can call him bisexual. No? Bisexual shape, both male and female on the same organism, bisexual, right? If you have a separate male and a separate female, that is unisex. Not your පැටලුණා. No. Dimono, get the idea like this. Di means what? For the two sexes, there are two organisms. Monoecious means what? Both sexes are on the single organism. Okay, got it? So why are we calling Pogonatum gametophyte dioecious. This is male gametophyte, female gametophyte. Got it? Okay. Did you highlight it? Gametophyte is dioecious. Highlight. Alright, people. Any questions? Male plant produces flagellated sperm. Flagellated sperm. Can you see in this diagram? You can't see much. The flagella they produce, sorry, the sperms they produce have a flagella. What is the purpose of a flagella? Yes, to provide motility. So the flagellum, the sperm with the flagellum is able to what? Swim through water. Swim through water. Why does the sperm have to swim? To find the egg. Because the female gametophyte is not releasing. Mandinna bittan. I'm going to hold it. You come and find. That's the sort of survival instinct, right? Male plant produces flagellated sperm which can swim through a film of water. Highlight the word flagellated sperm. This is very important. Flagellated sperm. Sporophytes are green and photosynthetic when young. Highlight. Sporophytes are usually green and photosynthetic when young. However, they are not independent. Can you see here? Throughout their life, they live with their mother. No? Ammatekkin. Female gametophyte together. Correct lie. The sporophyte is connected with the mother. They attach their parental gametophyte. What is the gametophyte? The female. Absorb nutrients and water from the female gametophyte. Okay. Sporophytes are specialized spores called stomata, which are found in all vascular plants. Arnika, right? That is some separate point, right? Highlight that also. Sporophytes have specialized spores called stomata, which are found on all vascular plants. Next point, they say they are homosporous. Homosporous means I'll give you all these things to write down. Homosporous means the spores they produce look the same, right? The spores they produce look the same. Homosporous के opposite eකට give me a name. Heterosporous. Heterosporous plants we are going to find out next, right? For now, Pogonatum or phylum Bryophyta are homosporous. Okay, right. Come to your sort of note that we are making A3 paper, right? I'm going to call, right? That's the note we are making. Write down the topic phylum Bryophyta. Online people. Question, but in the pic it displays as brown, right? Yes, brown means what? It is not photosynthetic, no? Brown means it is not photosynthetic. If it's photosynthetic, it has to be green, right? Topic phylum Bryophyta. Example Pogonatum. Example Pogonatum. Example Pogonatum. They do, if there's a question, if they do not have a vascular tissue, how are they transport nutrients in between? They have, let's say, rudiments. You will see that xylem and phloem are a group of cells, right? There's one called the xylem vessel element, right? So that is the main water transport. There's a cell called trachees, then there are xylem parenchyma, right? All those things get together to form what we call as the proper xylem. They don't have proper xylem, right? But they still have their parenchyma cells. You will see what are parenchyma cells. Through those, water can still go, but not for a long distance, small distance, right? If you want to transport for a long distance, imagine like a redwood tree, like meter siyak with rusai, right? You can't do it without having a proper xylem, right? That's why these are mosses. Have you seen the like the height of a moss, right? Millimeter size. That's all they can manage, right? Because they don't have vascular tissue, right? Okay. Phylum Bryophyta. Example Pogonatum. This point. First point, write down. Gametophyte is the dominant stage. First point, write down. We are making a small note, okay? If you don't have, you can use A4 sheets, right? I sent a message in the morning, right? මොනවද ලෑස්ති කරගන්න ඕනේ කියලා? Resource book, PDF of the tute, and the blank sheets to draw our diagrams and write down the points. Okay? What did I say? Gametophyte is the dominant. Write down next point. Gametophyte is dioecious. Gametophyte is dioecious. Gametophyte is dioecious. Within brackets, write down unisexual. Dioecious, unisexual. There's a male gametophyte separately, female gametophyte separate. Next point. Male gametophyte produces male gametophyte produces male gametophyte produces flagellated sperm, flagellated sperm, flagellated sperm in the antheridia. Flagellated sperm in the antheridia by what solution? Mitosis. Male gametophyte produces flagellated sperm in the antheridia by mitosis. Female gametophyte produces only one egg. Female gametophyte produces only one egg. Female gametophyte produces only one egg. එක බිත්තරයයිද? Right. Female gametophyte produces only one egg, which is retained, very important, retained, which is retained within the archegonium, which is retained within the archegonium. What does it mean? The egg is not released, no? Right? The sperm swims through external water. Sperms swim through external water. Sperms swim through external water. Sperms swim through external water. Sperms. Okay, leave it. I'll repeat again. Okay, write down these tenses. Sperms swim through external water to reach the archegonium. To reach the archegonium. To reach the archegonium. In response to chemical attractants, sperms swim through external water to reach the archegonium. In response to chemical attractants, from the archegonium. Chemical attractants from the archegonium. Okay. Fertilization produces diploid zygote. Fertilization produces a diploid zygote, which becomes the sporophyte. By obtaining nutrients, becomes a sporophyte by obtaining nutrients from female gametophyte. අම්මත් එක්කම තමයි ඉන්නේ නේ. Right? The sporophyte, right? While obtaining nutrients from the female gametophyte. Next point, sporophyte remains attached. Sporophyte remains attached to the female gametophyte. Sporophyte remains attached to the female gametophyte. Sporophyte produces haploid spores. Sporophyte produces haploid spores. Online people, if you missed, I'll send you the a note, right? A photo. Sporophyte produces haploid spores by meiosis. Within brackets, write down homosporous. 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 That means what? All the spores look exactly the same. Homosporous. Then spores germinate into protonema. There's this developmental stage here called protonema. Okay. Spores develop into protonema. Okay. Protonema. Protonema, which becomes male and female gametophyte. Protonema, which becomes male and female gametophyte. Which becomes male and female gametophyte. Right. So I gave you this sort of a bit of an extensive thing to write down because this is the first life cycle, right? I'm going to, by repetition, I'm going to get into your heads how sporophyte produces spores by meiosis, gametophyte produces gametes by mitosis. That sort of, by repetition, I'm going to get it to your minds. But with the upcoming life cycles, I'm not going to give you this sort of extensive note, right? Just the diagram and few important points. That's all, right? Because this is our first life cycle. I'm giving this, right? Next, draw this diagram. Only this, draw the female gametophyte, right? Draw the female gametophyte. You can show that it has a few rhizoids like this. These are what? Leaves, right? The diagram is in the tube, but I want you to draw this on your sort of the note that we are making. This is important. Draw the female gametophyte and the sporophyte. Label the three parts of the sporophyte with their functions. What is the function of this foot? Absorb water and nutrients. Because why? The sporophyte is not connected to the ground. Everything has to come through the female gametophyte. Seta is doesn't having not exactly a function. It is sort of connecting this top part to the foot, right? So seta doesn't have a function. Capsule, very very important. Capsule is the reproductive organ of the sporophyte that is called the sporangia, right? Sporangia. Capsule is the sporangia. It's actually a singular sporangium, right? Sporangia can be plural. Sporangium. Draw this nice diagram. Then draw the life cycle. This cycle, huh? Okay. මේ මැද තියෙනවා you don't need. These are other things, right? If you want, you can write down the difference between monoecious and dioecious. Draw the life cycle. Draw how the sporophyte and the female gametophyte are interacting, or let's say living together, right? Amma gawa ඉන්න එක. Anyone who's having neat handwriting? Good, right? Can I take a photo? Okay, thanks.
Recording in progress.
Online people, I sent the note. Find in the Zoom chat. Anyone who missed? At the end of the class today, I'll be projecting all these life cycles onto the board and revising one more time. Okay. While you are drawing, listen to this. So, what is the class of plants that we are talking about here? Right? Always, I learned this technique. It changed my life. Right? Whenever you are doing something, think about whatever you are writing. Even you are writing a single word, think about what you are writing. Do not get distracted. This helped me a lot, particularly because I also have a bit of ADHD, right? I also get distracted. So I also study by writing. Always write. I have to write because if I just stare at the text, I tend to get distracted. Right? The mind goes everywhere. So while you are drawing this, so what are the type of plants that we are talking about here? Non-vascular plants. Under non-vascular plants, what is the phylum? Phylum Bryophyte. There are other phylums coming under non-vascular plants, right? But under Bryophyta, Pogonatum is the best example that we are studying. It is an evolutionary, very basic plant. Therefore, who is the dominant? The gametophyte, right? Which is not the common thing, right? Because we are starting at the very beginning. Gametophyte is the dominant. So there are two types of gametophytes, as the male and the female. Male produces sperms in their male reproductive organ, antheridium. Female produces a single egg in their reproductive structure, archegonium. Sperms are flagellated. Sperms, therefore, can swim through water and reach the egg. That's why they grow in moist environments, because they need the external water. After fertilization, there's a zygote, there's an embryo, becomes a sporophyte. The sporophyte is never independent. He cannot photosynthesize. He remains attached to the female gametophyte. It has three parts, as the foot, seta, and the capsule. Foot absorbs nutrients from the female gametophyte. Capsule is the other name that we give for the reproductive structure of the sporophyte, sporangium. Inside that, the sporophyte is going to produce what? Spores. Spores are going to grow into a developing structure called the protonema. Okay, protonema is going to become either male or female gamete. That's the story. Simple. Remember, all the spores are homosporous. 2020 A-level paper. Which phyla are homosporous කියලා MCQ එකක් තියෙනවා. Alright. My A-level year. I remember I got the answer wrong. Alright. Pogonatum is homosporous. You might be thinking, at what stage in your life are you going to apply this knowledge? Who's going to ask you if Pogonatum produces homospores? It produces homospores. Don't think about that. Any questions, online people? All clear. Clear about biophytes. Okay, so while we are here, any question? So what is the proper evolutionary trend? With evolution, who should be the properly dominant one? As evolution goes along, the sporophyte should be the dominant generation, right? Because why? It is the sporophyte is the diploid one. Really? You can't have a haploid dominance, because it's why it only having one set of chromosomes. So with evolution, who should be the dominant? Who should be the locus? Sporophyte. But at the early stages, or the most evolutionary less advanced animals have a gametophytic dominance. But in our journey through these different plant classes or phyla, we are going to see how gradually this dominance shifts from gametophyte to sporophyte. Gradually. Okay. Okay. Online people, got this? You don't need to draw these diagrams in the exam. It's only for your sort of study purposes. You don't need to draw in an essay. They can ask you, they won't ask you Pogonatum. Selaginella very common. The next two life cycles that we are going to talk about. If they ask you a life cycle, you don't need to draw this. You won't be given marks to the life cycle, right? Actually, if you only drew the life cycle, 0 marks because you haven't written an essay, right? That's how the A-level paper is. Oh, life cycle එක අන්දරන ලකුණු 20. But if you go and draw this sort of a line diagram at a university exam, you're going to get marks. University එක එහෙම, right? In physiology, in certain subjects, we don't write. We just write මෙහෙම. If you give a certain medication එකක් දුන්නාම මෙහෙම heart rate එක වැඩි වෙනවා. Heart rate එක වැඩි වුණාම the blood pumping වැඩි වෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ blood pressure වැඩි වෙනවාම arrows දාගෙන we can write, right? So in university exams, you have certain freedom, but this is not like that. Okay. You need to write proper sentences for essays. Okay. I think before moving on to the next one, let's have a early break and come back to. Oh no! Before going that, let's highlight the organotum life cycle in reproduction. Take ඉවර කළාම යමු break එක. Come to page 142. Picture isn't available. What do you mean? Page 142. Life cycle of organotum. Okay. You only need to highlight. Gametophyte is dominant. Highlight. Larger and longer living. I'm going to quickly read. Gametophyte is photosynthetic. Highlight. Stems, leaves, and rhizoids are present in the gametophyte. Highlight. Page 142 resource book. Okay. Gametophyte is dioecious unisexual. Highlight. Mature male gametophyte produces antheridia, which several sperms are produced. Not important, right? Female gametophyte produce archegonia. A single leg produced. Highlight the word single leg. Egg is not released. Highlight. Flagellated motile sperm. Highlight. Sperms are flagellated. Very, very important. Swims through external water. Highlight. External water. Very important. Enters the archegonium in response to chemical attractants. Highlight chemical attractants. Sperm fuses with the egg, resulting in diploid zygote. This occurs within the archegonium. If you want, you can write down with a pencil. Internal fertilization. If the fertilization happens within the archegonium, that is internal. After fertilization, zygote develops into embryo. Embryo also retained, develop into the diploid sporophyte, obtaining nutrients from the gametophyte. Highlight, sporophyte remains attached to the gametophyte. Highlight that sentence. Sporophyte remains attached. ගෙදරින් යන්නෙම නෑ මූ ජොබ් එකක් වගේ, right? Sporophyte has foot setae and capsule. Highlight. Foot absorb nutrients and water from the gametophyte. If you like, you can highlight. Next, capsule produced post by meiosis, very important. Highlight. With a pencil or something, write down capsule, draw an arrow. Sporangium. Capsule is the sporangium. Capsule is the sporangium. Homosporous, very important. කොටුවක් ඇඳලා හරි මොකක් හරි කරලා highlight කරන්න, right? If the spores are dispersed to a favorable habitat, such as moist soil, tree bark, they may germinate into a grow and into a green branch filament called protonema. Highlight the word protonema. Protonema produce buds that grow into the gametophyte. Let's take a small break. Highlight, right? 15 minutes. Okay. Then people come back in 15 minutes. you have any questions, send them to the chat and people will answer. Okay. Okay, can you hear me? All good? Right. So we can't do any questions yet without covering, without going any further, right? So next up, so we are done with non-vascular. We are going to only study one phylum under non-vascular plants. We can move on to vascular plants, right? So vascular plants, as the name says, what is the main sort of evolutionary adaptation? They have developed specialized tissues for the transport of material, vascular tissues, right? So in your syllabus, we are going to study about two types of, let's say, even though we talk about vascular, we are still vascular, but seedless we are going to talk, right? So, you know, vascular we divided into seed and seedless, right? So, we are going to first focus on the seedless but vascular. Okay. So, shall I erase this? Seedless but vascular. So, this, I mean, this evolutionary sort of progression of having vascular tissues enabled a lot of things for these vascular plants. Particularly, if you think about the xylem tissue, as I told you, it's mainly a dead tissue. Now, because it's a dead tissue, it's very strong, right? Because it's a dead tissue, it's very strong. What comes with strength? So, if there is a strong structure in the stem, that stem is going to be strong as well. So, what is the benefit of having a strong stem? The plant can become taller. The plant can grow taller because it has enough support from the stem. That is very important for a plant. Again, what is the plant's main focus? Reproduction, right? If it's a tall plant, then when that plant is releasing these spores, it can release them from a higher level, right? And also they can grow bigger because their stem has enough strength to support a lot of leaves, right? So they don't have to be a small moss එකක් වගේ චූටි එකක් වෙන්න ඕනේ. All because they developed vascular tissues, right? So seedless but vascular plants we are going to talk. Seedless vascular plants. Online people, can you hear? Right. Seedless but vascular. We have two phyla that you have to that have been included in your syllabus. Phylum Lycophyta, phylum Pterophyta with the P silent, Pterophyta. A pterodactyl ke liye, right? Then page number 89, let's read a little bit. Okay. Let's do the reading and let's try to understand, right? Page number 89, seedless vascular plants. Okay, page number 89, seedless vascular. They lack seeds and disperse by the means of spores. So still they are spores, producing spores. So I'm going to keep our most recent life cycle පැත්තකින් තියනවා to see how by sort of what steps we have come forward, but still what are the things that we are retaining, old school දේවල් මොනවද. So we are still making spores because why? We are still seedless, right? They are categorized into two as Lycophyta and Pterophyta. Even though Pterophyta and Lycophyta are both seedless, Pterophytes share a more recent common ancestor with seed plants, right? So who are we trying to be all? We are all trying to be seed plants. So evolutionary advance are the seed plants. Then fossils and living seedless vascular plants provide evidence for plant evolution during Devonian and Carboniferous. Sorry, highlight that previous sentence. Pterophytes share a more recent common ancestor. Pterophytes share a more common recent ancestor with seed plants. Ancestors of vascular plants already have had some derived traits of modern vascular plants. However, they lacked roots and some other adaptations. Let's read further. Fossils suggest that ancestors of vascular plants had gametophytes and sporophytes of equal size. Highlight that. Ancestors of vascular plants had gametophyte and sporophyte of equal size. So earlier in bryophyta, what did we have? The sporophyte was very, let's say, reduced compared to the gametophyte, no? Because it was completely relying on the gametophyte, right? But with evolution, on a certain stage, they were equal size, right? Gametophyte and sporophyte were equal size. Then, as another million years passed, what's going to happen? Gametophyte is going to become reduced slightly, and the sporophyte is going to become dominant. Slowly, you can see the sort of it is starting to switch. However, among the living vascular plants, sporophyte is large and more complex. Highlight. However, among living vascular plants, sporophyte is larger and more complex. Okay. Next we pick, right, significant features of seedless vascular plants. Let's read this. Number one, obviously, we have to talk about vascular tissues. Transportation through xylem and phloem. Vascular plants have two types of vascular tissues, xylem and phloem. Xylem consists of tracheids, fibers, and parenchyma. Conducts water and minerals. Right. So we are going to actually learn about xylem and phloem in detail in the next lesson, right? That is plant form and function. But here I'll talk a bit, right? So they have, what is the first adaptation? They have vascular tissues. So xylem actually is supposed to have four types of cells. If you take a proper xylem, you have four types. Xylem vessel element කියලා කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා. Then there are trachees. Okay. Then there is xylem parenchyma, and then there are xylem fibers. If you take a xylem tissue, it's like this. The tracheids, sorry, the xylem vessel elements are these sort of short and wider, these sort of cylindrical cells that are sort of connected like this. A lunging, they have these sort of elongated cells called tracheids, right? Through them also you can transport water. Through them also water can flow, right? Tracheids and xylem vessel elements are the main sort of tubes, right? So what does xylem do? Xylem transport water and minerals, right? So there's another xylem vessel downwards, right? There's another xylem vessel up. Then they close to them. They you have your xylem parenchyma. Parenchyma are the only living cells. Huh? You don't need to remember these things, right? Xylem parenchyma you can see around this. They are the only living cells in the xylem tissue. And then there are fibers, right? Fibers are also dead, right? They are sort of elongated, these sort of structures, right? That is sort of surrounding the tissue. Fibers. This is a proper xylem tissue. So how does it function? Water flows through it like this. Through the tracheids also, water flows upwards. This is the proper mature xylem. But if you come to seedless vascular plants, they do not have this main role. They don't have xylem vessels. They only have tracheids, fibers, and parenchyma with it. Okay. එකත් අර නිකන් you have upgraded the package, but there are some limitations. Whenever you sort of upgrade something, you find out you didn't get the full thing, right? You upgrade to ChatGPT next level, then you think there are still some limits, right? So these vascular plants are seedless vascular plants are thinking, yes, I finally got vascular tissues, but not the entire package. They are missing the xylem vessel elements, right? You should upgrade a bit more to get the full xylem, right? unlock full xylem. Okay, that's one limitation. Let's read about this xylem a bit more. Resource book. Did you highlight? Xylem consists of tracheids, fibers, and parenchyma. Xylem consists of tracheids, fibers, and parenchyma. Cell wall of tracheids and fibers are strengthened by the polymer lignin. Highlight. Lignin, highlight the word. Okay, just the word, lignin. These tissues allow the permit the plant to grow tall. I told you. Xylem tissue is very, very important as a support, providing support. This may facilitate them to obtain a high amount of light for photosynthesis and ease the spore dispersal. Highlight, ease the spore dispersal. Imagine you have like a dialogue signal tower. The taller it is, the more you signal you get. So higher the spore, higher the you can. I mean, from a higher level, you can disperse the spores. They will go further. See, right? Then phloem, right? This tissue has cells arranged in tubes. They distribute sugars, amino acids, and other organic products among different parts. Phloem, so it's not mentioned here. I'll just mention right now because they are in the syllabus. Right? Phloem ut egalanta hambune fake phloem එක. Not fake, but not the full package. All right? Phloem is, I mean, the proper phloem is supposed to have sieve tube elements. Did you have this for levels? Tibban? Sieve tube element, companion cell, parenchyma, and fiber. This is the proper one. But what these seedless vascular plants got was, instead of these two, they got one cell called, that is a sieve cell. They don't have the proper phloem also. They only have bit of a in between one. Instead of sieve tube elements and companion cells, they have one cell called the sieve cell. We'll talk about the differences when we are doing plant form. For now, just remember it is also not the proper phloem that they are having. Clear? Right. So they got xylem and phloem. Next, third evolution, come to the resource, evolution of roots. Roots are organs that absorb water and nutrients. They anchor the plants and allow the shoot system to grow taller. These are obvious benefits, right? They are to replace the rhizoids seen in bryophytes. Highlight that. Roots can be seen, proper roots, proper roots. Proper roots replace the rhizoids. Um, Tissues of living plants resemble stem tissues of early vascular plants preserved in fossils. So I can කියන්න දැන් ඉන්න plants වල roots were similar to the stems of early plants. Bit of a random point, right? But you have to remember. So what do you get me? What is the idea? Living plants have stems that are similar to the roots of all plants. So that led scientists to believe that modern stems came from sort of the uppermost section of the roots of early plants. Fair enough. So if the modern stems resemble early roots, then scientists now believe that from like the uppermost part of the root of all plants, the stems evolved. The structure of the stems evolved. Got it? No need to know that. Just remember, they can ask you MCQs. Root tissues of living plants resemble stem of early plants preserved in fossils. Okay. Clear? Third evolution, evolution of leaves, right? Earlier we didn't have leaves, no, we had leaves. So there are two types of leaves as microphyls and megaphylls. Microphyls and megaphylls we have to draw. We have not given, no? Right. Microphylls and megaphylls. So let's read it. Microphylls are single vein and smaller in size, while megaphylls are large, fattened with branch veins. So let's draw a diagram of these microphylls and megaphylls. Hold on. So yeah, so xylem and phloem. Then we have. If I draw here, online people, can you see? Yeah, right. Leaves, right? That is four leaves. Huh? Leaves are of two types as microphylls, and I'll draw here megaphylls. Microphylls, as the name says, so you will, I mean, don't be confused. So if you see a sort of a tree, you will see that there are small leaves and big leaves. No? What are usually the small leaves? You can see, right? What are usually small leaves? Young leaves, no? Leaves podi kalane podi irthi, right? But here it's not the case, right? Here, even when the leaves are fully mature, even when the leaves are fully mature, they are small. මේ microphylls කියන අය even when they are fully mature they are small, right? Even when they are fully mature they are small, like this. Sorry, microphylls. My megaphylls is the opposite, right? Microphylls only have one single vein in the middle. Megaphylls, they have a branch, they have this sort of multiple branching veins. This is one single leaf. This is one leaf. This is one leaf. Right? So megaphylls are bigger. This is one leaf. Homogil, 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 homogil. This is one leaf. And this is another leaf. Okay. Right. No need, don't draw it. Okay. I'm going to give you a note. Huh? You can see the big leaves and small leaves. Yes. Right. Okay. Now, okay. So there is evolution of leaves. So leaves with branch vascular tissues increase the surface area for efficient photosynthesis. Obvious, no? When you have a larger surface area, you can have a higher amount of photosynthetic pigments and you can do more photosynthesis. Simple. Right. Keep reading the resource. Huh? Sporophylls and spore variations. Okay. Right. 1, 2, 3. What was the third one? Roots, no? Right. Remember the order when you're writing this. Huh? So you got xylem and phloem. What did you get? Instead of rhizoids, you got what? Roots. That was the other evolutionary change. Then you got proper leaves, megaphylls and microphylls. I'll erase this side, because we have to talk about a special type of leaf. I'm taking my time a little bit because it's not productive if you go fast, right? You have to understand nicely. So we know spores are produced by what? Spores are produced by what? Sporangia. The reproductive structures of the sporophyte that produce spores are called sporangia. These seedless vascular plants have a special type of leaf that bear the sporangia, right? So usually, if you take these plants, on the underside of their leaves, they have these sporangia, right? This is the leaf and this is the sporangia, usually occurring on the underside. Leaf එක. Have you seen in those ferns? I looked in today morning, but I couldn't find up a garden again. If you look underneath the fern, you will see කොලේ යට you will see some nodules වගේ ඇට ඇට වගේ දේ. Right? Those are the sporangia. I'll next week I'll bring and I'll send you some videos to watch. Okay, right? So in these seedless vascular plants, there are fifth one, sporophylls. Sporophylls are specialized leaves that bear sporangia. Sporangia are found on underside of these specialized leaves. Okay. Then the other thing is we are going to start a new adaptation that we call as having two types of spores. So earlier we had only how many type of spores? Only one. We are going to start the new thing that is being heterosporous. Okay. So because heterosporous, we are going to have two types of spores as megaspores and microspores. Right. Yeah, megaspores and microspores. And to produce these two types of megaspores and microspores, you are going to have two types of sporophylls, right? So, megasporophylls produce megasporangia. Okay, in megasporangia, what do you get? Megaspores. Right. මොකද cell division එක ටක් ගාලා කියන්නේ. What is the cell division producing megaspores? Spores are what? Haploid. Meiosis, huh? Okay. In megasporangia, you get megaspores by meiosis. Similarly, there are microsporophylls producing microsporangia that will produce what? Microspores. Now tell me, this megaspore or any spore, what do they grow into? Any spore, what do they grow into? Gametophyte. They become the gametophyte, right? Okay. තේරුණාද? Any spore grows into the gametophyte, right? So take a guess. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ලොකු spore එකෙන් මොකක්ද හැදෙනවද? Any spore, I mean sort of what, any guess what sort of gametophyte would be produced by the megaspore? Ladies first, right? So megaspore will produce what? Female gametophyte. Okay, right? Microspore will produce what? Male gametophyte. Here's the story. We get the new condition of being heterosporous in seedless vascular plants. What are the two types of spores? Megaspores and microspores. Spores are produced where? Sporangia. To produce the two types of spores, you have two types of sporangia. Sporangia are found on specialized leaves. Yet, those are called sporophylls. The sporophylls that produce megasporangia are megasporophylls, micro are microsporophylls. That is it. Megaspores will become the female gametophyte, microspores will become the male gametophyte. Yeah? Okay. Right. So, right, in our note, our paper that we are making, write down the topic seedless vascular plants. Right? Online people, come to the note that we are making, write down the topic seedless vascular plants. Seedless vascular plants. Significant features, subtopic significant features of seedless, significant features. First one, I mean, let's say underneath number one, xylem tissue. Xylem tissue. Xylem tissue composed of tracheids. Xylem tissue composed of tracheids. This idea, right? If you like, you can write this, write it down like this. Write tracheids, parenchyma fibers, and xylem vessel elements are absent. Make it your own, right? What I want you to have the idea is they have xylem. Proper xylem is supposed to have these four, but this guy is xylem do not have xylem vessel elements, right? You can write down xylem composed of tracheids, parenchyma, and fibers, but lacks xylem vessel elements. But lacks xylem vessel elements. They haven't got the full package, right? Lacks xylem vessel elements. Next, phloem. Write down this sieve tube element, companion cell, parenchyma, and fibers. That is the proper phloem. But instead, in these seedless vascular plants, you only have sieve cells. You get it, right? You can make it your own, make your own note, right? Phloem is supposed to have these four types: sieve tube elements, companion cells, parenchyma, and fibers. But they in here, instead of these two, you have a single one that is called sieve cells. Next significant feature, write down roots replace rhizoids. Roots replace rhizoids. Or you can say rhizoids became roots like this. No, roots replace the rhizoids. I don't need to give you another note. It's in the resource, right? Just make a short note. Roots replace the rhizoids. Right? Roots replace the rhizoids. Then do a next significant feature, leaves. I want you to do a comparison, right? On two sides, macrophyls and megaphylls. Draw this. What are the differences? Microphylls are smaller, megaphylls are larger. What else? single veined. එක vein එකයි තියෙන, right? Single veined. Megaphils, branched vein. Branched. And also we call them flattened as well. I put a flat, right? Why is it flattened? To increase the surface area. No? Why are they flattened? To increase the surface area. Leaves are of two types as microphylls and megaphylls. Microphylls are smaller. Have the clear idea. Microphylls are mature. මේගොල්ලෝ චුට්ටි leaves නෙවෙයි. Young leaves නෙවෙයි. When they are completely grown, they are also small. Okay. Microphylls. ඒගොල්ලෝ පුළුවන් තරම් ලොකු වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. But they are still small. Smaller and they are single veined. Megaphylls are larger and have branch veins and they are flat. Okay. Next significant feature, write down sporophylls. 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 Right in front. What are sporophylls? Specialized leaves. Leaves that bear, වලහනෙවේ, bear sporangia. So if they ask you what is the definition of a sporophyll, ඔක ලියන්න, yeah? Specialized leaves that bear sporangia. Did you highlight in the resource? Then ඔය විදිහට draw the flowchart. Sporophylls can be of two types, mega or micro. Megasporophylls produce megasporangia. Megasporangia produce megaspores. Megaspores. ඔන්න මෙතන what is the cell division? I am repeating because why? Megasporangia produces megaspores by what cell division? Meiosis. Right? Because why? Megaspores are haploid. Female gametophyte is haploid. Here also meiosis. Microspores are haploid. Male gametophyte is haploid. And people, you can see the board, right? Move on to the next phylum. So this is the introduction into seedless vascular plants. Okay. How many people are done? Yes. So going through again, what are the significant features that these seedless vascular plants started to have? They had vascular tissue, xylem and phloem, but not complete. Then they replaced the rhizoids with proper roots. Then they got leaves, but there are two types of leaves. At maturity, there are small ones and big ones, micro and mega. And they started to having specialized leaves that bear sporangia, right? And spores can be of two types as megaspores and microspores. That condition is known as a heterosporous. Okay. With that knowledge, we can move on to the individual phyla that we have to talk. Shall I erase this side? Phylum Lycophyta. Example. Example Selaginella. Okay. Selaginella. Ah no, wait. Before Lycophyta, let's do Pterophyte. Yeah, that was the plan. Yes. Nephrolipes. Why is it so hard to erase? The blue marker is becoming a permanent mark. Right. So, what are the proper evolutionary, let's say, in a reproductive sense, what are the evolutionary trends that we are going to see? The gametophyte should be slowly becoming reduced, no? And the sporophyte should start to slowly become dominant, bigger, independent. Because why? We started with the pogonatum. In the pogonatum, the sporophyte was very weak, right? So that has to change as we go along the evolution. Oh no, I'm going to stop using the blue. Right? Phylum like, sorry, pterophyte. Okay. Okay. Pterophyte. Come to page number 91. Okay. Phylum pterophyte. Okay. We'll do Lycophyta afterwards. Okay. After pterophyte. Let's read a little bit. Okay. Then I'll explain. Most sporophytes have a rhizome and underground stem. This rhizome is an underground stem, right? It's the stem that is growing sort of underneath the soil. From that you have small branches arising and also the roots arising from that as well. At the tip of the rhizome, they produce leaves called fronds. Highlight the word fronds. Fronds are highly dissected and feathery. Have you seen this ferns? අපි මීවන කියලා කියන්නේ. Fern species, right? අම්මලාගේ ගෙදර decoration එකටම තඩි මල් පෝච්චිලා හදන්නේ, right? Green color. Feathers වගේ leaves, right? All are homosporous, which develops into a bisexual gametophyte. Highlight homosporous and develop into a bisexual gametophyte. I'll explain, okay? Sporophytes are dominant. None. That should come first, right? What has happened? Gametophyte dominance has been lost. Sporophyte has become dominant. ඒ come to page number 143. Jump to page number 143. Plant reproduction. Page number 143. Plant reproduction. Okay. Okay. Before reading that, I'll explain. So I can't use the blue one. No? So Nephrolepis, pterophyte. Nephrolepis, it's a very good example for a fern. No? මීවන කියලා කියන්නේ. I'll try to find some specimens because I didn't have time these days to find some real samples. But I'll send you some YouTube videos, right? So these ferns actually were very dominant in the Jurassic ages, right? If the Jurassic Park films are very accurate, I don't think no, right? If you saw those sort of, so CGI images of Jurassic era sort of ecosystems, have you seen? It's mostly fern-like plants, no? Right? That's the Jurassic sort of herbivores are seen eating these sort of um, feather-like leaves, even right. So this is our underground stem, right? So this is our underground stem that is called a rhizome. From that we have these sort of dissected feathery leaves that are arising like this. It's like feathers, no? Right? And from the underground stem you have some roots, right? Roots that are going like this. This is what? This is what generation? Dominant generation. Who is the dominant generation? Sporophyte. This is Nephrolepis sporophyte. What is the ploidy? 2N. Okay. Then underneath, if you look underneath these leaves, you are going to see that some of these leaves are what? Sporophylls, right? Particularly the older ones. These underneath these older leaves, you are going to see these sort of nodules. If you take these old below leaves, right? These are called leaflets. This is a whole leaf. This is one big leaf. These are called leaflets, right? Underneath those, you are going to see these sort of lumps like this. There's more than one, right? There's so many, right? Hundreds under one leaf, right? So if you zoom into one of them, right? So if you sort of look at it from a side, you are going to see it's a small nodule like this. Nodule. That is called as a singular sorus, plural sori. Okay, singular sorus, plural sori. In the sorus, this sorus is actually a ball of sporangia. Okay, this sorus is a ball of sporangia, right? If you magnify into it further, this sorus, if I draw a bigger sorus, it's like this, right? This is a single sorus that is attached to the leaf like this, right? What are these individual things? These are individual sporangia. Okay, if you go to the tube diagram, you are able to see this, right? Underneath each leaves, we have this sort of cluster of sporangia that is called a sorus. Okay, cluster of sporangia that is called the sorus. This page, can you see? Underside of the sporophytes' reproductive leaves, there are spots called sori. Each sorus is a cluster of sporangia, right? So then what's going to happen is these sporangia are able to open like a cup, right? So what is happening inside sporangia? What's going to happen inside a sporangia? Spore production, right? We are going to make spores, right? So this is the sporophyte. Sporophyte has what? In sori, they have sporangia. Sporangia are going to do what? Produce haploid spores. Spores. Haploid spores. What is the cell division? Meiosis. They are going to produce spores by meiosis. The spore is going to germinate into what? Gametophyte. But the thing is, this gametophyte we talked about, we found out that sentence. This gametophyte is bisexual, right? So don't judge the gametophyte, right? But it's bisexual, right? It's a bit like it's heart shaped. It's a bit heart shaped like this. Okay. It has sort of roots, rhizoids. We call them rhizoids, right? There are roots. Okay. And it has archegonia here. There are archegonia. What are archegonia? Yes, what are archegonia? Female reproductive organs. You can say female gametangia. Then here, on very close to these rhizoids, they have what? Antheridia as well, right? So what are these? Did I told you? They are bisexual, no? They come male and female reproductive organs both are found on the same. So what are these? These are archegonia. These are what? Antheridia. So then we'll give him a label as what? Yes, bisexual gametophyte. Bisexual gametophyte. Why? Because he is having both male and female reproductive organs on the same. Tapoda patlavan. Bisexual gametophyte. What is another name that we can give him? Bisexual na? His දෙකම එකේ තියෙන්නේ. දෙකම එකේ තියෙන්නේ. Then both are found on the same. Monoecious. Monoecious. Shape, both male and female reproductive structures are found on the same. Then what's going to happen is this Antheridium is going to do what? Produce sperm. Neither. Archegonium is going to do what? Produce eggs. Meagama sperm, meatamino. His own sperm is going to fertilize their own eggs. So, fertilization and produce what? A diploid zygote. Diploid zygote becomes an embryo. Embryo becomes mature sporophyte. What is the cell division producing from antheridia producing sperms? Mitosis. Methanoth mitosis. Tell me the ploidy levels. Sporophyte 2n, spores n, gametophyte, bisexual or not, it's a gametophyte, n, zygote 2n, embryo 2n. Sperm size in that, not sperm size n. Eggs. Life cycle of Nephrolix. I'll tell again. Sporophyte is the dominant generation that you can see, right? If you go to your garden, if you go to, to a rainforest or somewhere, you are going to see these ferns. That is the sporophyte, dominant generation. If you look underneath some leaves of this sporophyte, those leaves are called what? Sporophylls. If you look underneath the sporophyll, you are going to see these nodules called sorus. Sorus are clusters of sporangia. Sporangia are going to produce spores by meiosis. Spores are going to germinate into a, actually this gametophyte you can see, right? This gametophyte is not very microscopic, it's sort of small, but you can actually see this gametophyte, right? This bisexual gametophyte you can see. Okay, it's going to grow into a bisexual gametophyte. The bisexual gametophyte is somewhat independent. It's a bit independent because I drew him in green color. Can you see in the tube diagram also? Green. No? Green means what? Photosynthetic. So the bisexual gametophyte is able to sort of be independent. Because it's bisexual, it has both antheridia and archegonia. Antheridia are going to produce sperm, archegonia are going to produce eggs. Sperms are going to come, I forgot to draw, through external water, right? Here there is a water medium. This is growing in water. Sperms are going to swim. Flagellated sperm. Okay. Can you see the sperm swimming? In the tube, right? You can see the sperm swimming. They are going to come into the archegonium, fertilize the egg, produce a zygote, zygote embryo, embryo sporophyte. Simple. Okay. Let's go to the resource, make a small note and take this down. Okay. Come to the resource. Page number 145, life cycle of Nephrolepis. Okay. Have the tute on one side, read the resource on the other while paying attention to this as well. Okay. Online people, you have the tute, right? Nephrolepis diagram. This will be delivered to you within the week. Okay. Okay. When I say highlight, highlight. Okay. Sporophyte is dominant. Highlight. Online people, highlight. Sporophyte is dominant. Gametophyte is reduced and short-lived. Also highlight. Sporophyte and gametophyte are independent and photosynthetic. Independent and photosynthetic. Highlight. Independent and photosynthetic.
Right. Then the next sort of bullets are all about the sporophyte. So look at the sporophyte and then read. Right. Plant body is differentiated into roots, stems, and leaves. Right. Cuticle is found on aerial parts of the plant body. Cuticle. So highlight the word cuticle. Cuticle is composed of cutin, which is a type of lipid. It helps to reduce water loss, desiccation. Cutin, right? Some plants have a very thick layer of cutin, right? If you take like a very sort of a thick, squishy leaf, if you using a razor blade, if you sort of scrape the surface, a sort of white powder is going to come. That is the cuticle, right? Cuticle is like a wax layer that is covering the aerial parts, preventing water loss. Okay. Sometimes this cuticle can protect from this insects as well, because the cuticle you can't. Why? Sure. Right. Stomata are developed on aerial parts for gaseous exchange. Highlight stomata. Stomata are developed on aerial parts. Two types of vascular tissue, xylem and phloem. These things we have already discussed. They have fiddlehead young leaves. On highlight. Young leaves are called fiddleheads. So they are sort of curled like this. They are curled like this. Fiddlehead young leaves. Right? Curled. They are going to when they are maturing, they are going to become straightened and become the mature leaves. Stem is an underground rhizome, right? We call it a rhizome, right? When you are drawing it label, this underground thing is a rhizome. Rhizome, it's you can use it to get another. If you plant this, you can asexually you can get another one, right? Then put up. This is sexual reproduction, okay? You can plant this underground stem and you can get another plant, okay? Done one, or vegetative propagation, right? But we are talking about sexual reproduction of plants. So this underground stem is called a rhizome. Leaves are compound leaves, pinnate leaves, right? Feathery, okay? Long underground branches called stolons arise from the rhizome. These underground branches, stolons, stolons. Which can give rise to new plantlets. Stolonzoling also you can get new plants, new sporophytes. Okay. So that is the description about the sporophyte by a bullet series, right? You can put a mehema kamayakak dahala sporophyte, right? They are all describing the sporophyte. Right. Keep reading. Sporangia are developed as clusters called sori on the underside of mature leaflets. Underside of leaflets, you can find clusters of sporangia called sori. So if they ask you what is a sori, so what is a sorus? As a definition, clusters of sporangia found underside mature leaflets. Got it? What is a sorus? Cluster of sporangia found underside mature leaflets. Those are commonly questioned definitions in the structure. Sori are covered by a cap called the indusium. I forgot to label it. This covering of the sporangia is called indusium. Indusium. So when these sporangia are mature, right, what's going to happen is this indusium is going to dry and shrivel. Then what's going to happen? The sporangia become exposed, right? then what's going to happen is the sporangia are going to be sort of, again they are also going to get dried up, and then they are going to open up and release the spores. Okay, you can see that happening, right? Can you see the sporangium නිකන් මෙහෙම, like it's opening a mouth, right? Can you see the spores are being, sporangium opening up and releasing the spores? Tube diagram, online people. What is the function of the indusium? Protects the sporangia from desiccation. වේලෙන එක නවත්තනවා. Highlight it. Highlight the word indusium. Protects the young sporangia from desiccation. Then read, spores are produced in sporangium by meiosis and are homosporous. Highlight the word homosporous. Very, very important. Okay. When the sorus matures, indusium dries up and shrivels, exposing mature sporangia. Under dry environmental conditions, sporangium wall ruptures, releasing spores. Spores are dispersed by wind. Usually that is the only way. Spores, there's no other way. Sometimes spores can get stuck onto these animals, right? And can be dispersed to distant locations. But spores are mostly 99% of the time wind. That's how they are dispersed. That's why they are very small, right? Spores are designed to be very small. I mean, small as a dust particle, right? Very, very small. Okay. When spores are dispersed to a favorable habitat, they may germinate and grow into a gametophyte. Right. Next, we are starting the gametophyte description. Right. Next, about 4 bullets are about the gametophyte. So afterwards put a this sort of comma and, well, not comma. They are describing the gametophyte. Okay. Gametophyte is a small heart-shaped macroscopic green-colored photosynthetic thallus. It's like a distract එකක් වගේ නේ. Right? Small heart-shaped macroscopic green-colored photosynthetic thallus. If they ask you to describe, ඔය ටික කියන්න ඕනේ, right? Macroscopic, very important. What do you mean by macroscopic? You can see it with the naked eye. නේද? Green colored, that means photosynthetic, that gives it independent nature. Rhizoids develop on the ventral surface. These are gametophytes rhizoids. So now you are thinking, we talked about the roots replace rhizoids, no? But that was talking about the sporophyte. Sporophyte is the dominant. Sporophyte is having xylem vessels, phloem vessels, roots, rest, sporophylls, proper roots. Everything is, we were talking about the sporophyte evolution. The gametophyte is very primitive. He doesn't have xylem or phloem. He doesn't have proper roots. He doesn't have even proper tissues. That's why we are calling it a thallus. It's a ball of cells, cluster of cells. Gametophyte. Reduced. Okay. Gametophytes are monoecious or bisexual. Highlight. Gametophyte is monoecious or bisexual. Antheridia and archegonia are developed on the ventral surface. Ventral කියන්නේ යට, right? Ventral side. Dorsal means, so what is our ventral and dorsal? That we decide. If you are like කකුල් හතරෙන් මෙහෙම ඉන්නවා නම්, our dorsal side is this. Ventral is our underneath, right? Usually we don't define, like අපි වගේ straight animals වලට we don't define ventral and dorsal. We usually give for like animals who are like on this sort of plane, right? Like walking on 4 legs or like that, right? We have what? Anterior and posterior. ඉස්සරහා පස්. That's next lesson. When we are talking about animal diversity, we are going to talk about this sort of ventral, dorsal, right? Antheridium produces flagellated sperms. Highlight flagellated sperms. Huh? These sperms are flagellated still. Flagellated sperms releases them to the external environment. Archegonium produces one egg. One. Motile sperms swim through external water towards the egg, entering the archegonium in response to chemical attract. Similar to previous, no? Cogonatum vagema. We need to have external water for the fertilization. Sperm fuses with the egg, resulting in the diploid zygote. The old story. Zygote becomes embryo. Then the young sporophyte, while retained in the gametophyte. Then highlight all developmental stages are nourished by the gametophyte. Right? The gametophyte, even though it is reduced, it's still going to take care of the embryo. Okay? Can you see in the tube? Can you see in the tube? The new sporophyte is growing on the gametophyte. Can you see? The new sporophyte is growing on the gametophyte. So the gametophyte is providing nourishment to the growing sporophyte. Right? When the young sporophyte develops photosynthetic tissues, it becomes an independent plant. Our mature sporophyte. Come to the note that we are making. Come to the note. Topic phylum Pterophyta. Example Nephrolepis. Phylum Pterophyta. Example Nephrolepis. Online people, come to the note. Okay. If you missed anything, I'll send the recording because this is our first day, right? Right. Let's write down some important points. Pterophyta. Sporophyte is dominant. First point, write down. Sporophyte is dominant. Write down. Online people, write down the note. Sporophyte is dominant. Sporangia are developed as clusters. Sorry, wait. Yes, right. Sporangia are developed as clusters. Sporangia are developed as clusters called sori. Sporangia are developed as clusters called sori. Underside, on the underside, of sporophytes. On the underside of sporophytes. Sori are covered by indusium. 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 Explain. Nephrolepis is homosporous. Nephrolepis is homosporous. Nephrolepis is homosporous. Then let's talk about the gametophyte. Write down. Next point. Gametophyte is small, heart shaped, macroscopic, small, heart-shaped, macroscopic, photosynthetic, small, heart-shaped, macroscopic, photosynthetic, thallus. 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 Gametophyte is bisexual, within brackets, monoecious, produce flagellated sperms, that swim through external water, produce flagellated sperms that swim through external water. Next point, last point. Developing embryo is nourished by the gametophyte. Developing embryo is nourished by the gametophyte. Developing embryo is nourished by the gametophyte. Okay. Take this down. It is still internal fertilization. You want a point like that? Um, so the sperm swim through external water and reach the archegonium. The egg is, if you can squeeze in the middle, sperm swim through external water. No need, right? And fertilizes the egg retained in the archegonium. Something like that. Fertilizes the egg retained in the archegonium. Right? All terrestrial plants, anyone, even the most basic pogonatum did internal fertilization. Everyone is going to do internal fertilization. Eggs are never released. Okay? These are laws. Eggs are never released. These flagellated sperms and swimming through external water are going to be important comparisons in the future when we come to seed plants, right? Those are MCQ points. While you are drawing, use the tute diagram as the proper diagram, right? The one I drew in the board is sort of like a summary, the proper diagram is in the tute. So if you have good, if you're better at sort of drawing art, use the tute diagram as a reference. This is just a summary, right? But anyway, you don't need to draw this in the exam. You only need to know the theory and write sentences. So You're getting a holiday, right? Again, when is it starting? May Monday the holiday? No, right? We have school. So once we finish this next week, then animal evolution. That also I'm going to incorporate some things from the fifth lesson. Nah? From animal form and function, I'm going to incorporate some things because you need to have a complete idea. No? So when you are going ahead with animal form and function, we are going to add things to this animal evolution. Right? While we are doing plant evolution, we are studying plant reproduction as well, like that, because those are closely related. So එකපාරින්ම ඉවර කරන එක, it's more efficient. Okay, how many people done? Okay, right. කොහොම හරි අපි lycophyte එක ඉවර කරමු නේ, right? That was the plan. We have 20 more minutes maybe. So phylum Lycophyta is actually, let's say, it's taking a bit of another jump in making this gametophyte more reduced, right? So this gametophyte is kind of independent. It's independent actually. He's photosynthetic. He's able to survive this gametophyte. So the next jump would be to make the gametophyte more reduced. That is the evolutionary trend. Okay. When you come to these flowering plants, this gametophyte is microscopic. You can't see the gametophyte anywhere. Okay. Only the big sporophyte is visible. Here you can see, no, it's a macroscopic thallus, right? So that trend is going to continue of reducing the gametophyte with lycophyte, right? Come to page number 90, resource book. Okay, page number 90, lycophyte. Okay, so these lycophytes, we give the common name also for them as a type of moss, right? They are of two types, these lycophytes, as spike mosses and club mosses. Spike mosses means they form this sort of actual spike sort of pointed, let's say stem like structures are produced by the spike mosses. Okay, I'll share some YouTube videos. Okay, you have to, I mean, it's good to have the visual idea as well. Um, so all of them are definitely terrestrial and some are epiphytes. What do you mean by epiphytes? Page number 90, okay, resource book. Epiphytes. What do you mean by epiphytes? They grow on other trees, right? Somewhere that is not in contact with the soil, right? Epiphytic plants, orchids, okay, have you seen? Right, orchids is the best example, but these can be epiphytic as well, right? They may or may not be in contact with soil, terrestrial or epiphytic. Highlight. Dominant is sporophyte. Highlight. Dominant plant is sporophyte. They produce upright stems and ground hugging stems. Upright means what? As the name says, they grow upwards. Ground hugging means they grow along the ground. Okay. Upright stems, small leaves can be found. Ground hugging stems produce dichotomously branching roots. What do you mean by dichotomously? That means at a certain sort of the root is going like this and it divides into two. And then it divides into two. Then it again divides into two. Dekata vidya. Dichotomously divide. Okay. Right. They have strobili. Oh. What is this strobilus? Singular strobilus, plural strobili. Lycophyta. Strobilus is actually a cone of sporophylls. Sporophylls are what? Specialized leaves that bear sporangia. A strobilus is like a cone composed of these sporophylls. Right? It's like a compact cone. Right? It's very compact. Right? It's a very compact cone of sporophylls. Strobilus, strobili plural, right? That is a unique feature. Huh? That's a unique feature of phylum Lycophyta, having these strobili. That is similar to the sorus of pterophyte. Okay, so it's a club shaped cone. You can call it a club shaped cone. That is composed of what? Sporophytes. They can be homosporous or heterosporous, right? Lycophytes, there are two types, as club mosses and spike mosses. We don't study about spike mosses in our syllabus. We are going to study in detail about, sorry, we are not going to study about club mosses in our syllabus. We are going to study about spike mosses, particularly produce this strobili. The example is our next life cycle, Selaginella. Okay. Club mosses example is Lycopodium, right? That life cycle is not in your syllabus. The thing is, you need to know that spike mosses are heterospores. Spike mosses are heterospores. That means what? They produce two types of spores. All club mosses are homo. Homo what? Homosporous. Okay. All club mosses are homosporous. Those are very, very commonly asked MCQ points. Okay. You have two diagrams of club mosses and spike mosses in the resource book, right? So we are going to study about spike mosses. Can you see? They are and the end you can see the strobili. Can you see the pointy ends? This pointy ends are the strobili. Okay. Right. Jump to page number next life cycle. Selaginella, page number 140. Selaginella, page number 140. Selaginella, page number 144. Right. So the story is like this. This is a strobilus. Okay. This strobilus is actually a collection of um, what is it composed of? Sporophylls, specialized leaves that bear sporangia. What are the two types of sporophylls? Megasporophylls and microsporophylls. Why are we having two types of sporophylls? Because why? Spike mosses are heterosporous. We need to make two types of spores. To make two types of spores, what do we need? Two types of sporangia. Where are they? I mean, where are they born? On the sporophyll. So we need to have mega and micro sporophylls. So it's like this. Mehema. I'll magnify this mehem, right? If you magnify this strobilus, you will be able to see mehema. These are the sporophylls, and on them you have the sporangia. Mehema. Take a guess. This is big one. This is a megasporangia. There's another leaf like this. This is a microsporangia, right? I'll draw another one, right? Another set of leaves like this. Ahoma. Maybe again mega oak could be micro, right? I'll draw another mega set, right? Okay. Inside the megasporangium, what do you have? Megaspores. Big. Megaspores are big, huh? Right? Microspores are found in microsporangia. They are small. There's actually thousands inside the microsporangium. Right? Inside the microsporangium, you have thousands of microspores like this. This is a magnified image of what? Yes, it's a strobilus. No? It's a strobilus. Strobili. So this is the strobilus. It's a cone of what? Sporophylls. Right. So we have to talk about the two types of spores. Here in the megasporangium, you get megaspores. What color did I use for spores? Haploid, no? Purple, no? Megaspores. Megaspores are going to grow into what? Right? So actually, the megaspore is going to produce what? The female gametophyte, right? Female gametophyte. The megaspore is going to produce, yeah, the female gametophyte. Do I need to draw a diagram? So it's actually the female gametophyte is actually inside the megaspore itself. Megaspore එකේ casing එක ඇතුලේ වගේ තමයි. Right? Inside the cover of the megaspore, you get the female gametophyte. It is protected by the cover of the megaspore like this. Okay, and sort of small roots are coming out that belong to the female gametophyte, rhizoids. We may not put the rhizoids, right? This is what female gametophyte growing inside the megaspore. Similarly, from the microsporangia, what are you going to get? Microspores, right? Microspores are very reduced, right? They are sort of still inside the microspore cover. This is the what? Male gametophyte. Well, this is what? Gametophyte. May this corner, can you see? This is the male gametophyte, right? Okay? Microspores produce male gametophyte. So you have the female and male gametophytes. Two types of spores produce male and female gametophytes. Then what is going to happen? Female produce egg, male produce sperm, and this sperm is going to swim through external water and fertilize, right? So egg and sperm fertilizes, right? Egg and the sperm fertilizes and produces our diploid zygote, embryo, embryo again, sporophyte. So sporophyte has what? Strobili. From the strobili, you are going to get spores. I mean, you are going to get this sort of megasporangia and microsporangia. Then you are going to get megaspores and microspores. That's going to produce male and female gametophytes. Cycle continues. Let's do some labeling. So, what else? Cell divisions tatak gala kiyanne. Right. This red one is what? How are megaspores and microspores produced? Meiosis. Egg and sperms are produced by what? Mitosis. Ploidy levels tell me 2N, female gametophyte, male gametophyte are haploid, spores are haploid, zygote is diploid. Any question? Information overload. What else? All right. I can tell you this is a microsporangium. This is what? Megasporangium. Life cycle of cell. Let's read the resource and draw this and go home. Huh? Right? You go home. I have revision class. Okay. Right. Page number 144. Page number 144. Online people, doide. Right? Okay. Sporophytes are dominant and photosynthetic highlight. Sporophyte is dominant and photosynthetic. Gametophytes are reduced, short-lived, partially dependent. Highlight. Partially dependent. I'll explain how this partially dependency works. Okay. So they are describing the sporophyte plant body a bit for about 3 or 4 points, right? Sporophyte plant body is differentiated into root, stems, and leaves. vascular tissues are present. Herbaceous. Herbaceous means it's like a herb, no? Like a small plant, right? Herbaceous. Herbs. Heterophyllous leaves are arranged in pairs, right? Heterophyllous means so the leaf orientation is like rotating. මෙහෙම කරගෙනවට like to make a cone. Can you see? So it's leaves are arranged in pairs. Imagine two leaves are like this. Then the upper pair is like this. Then the above pair is like this. So that's how you get a nice cone, right? Right. Then okay. Stem is dorsoventrally flattened. නිකන් stem එක it's like a tape, right? It's flat stem එකක් තියෙන්නේ. Next point important. Sporangia are borne on specialized leaves called sporophylls, right? Not that important. Next one is the important. Sporophylls are compactly arranged in a terminal strobilus. Highlight the word strobilus. Highlight the word strobilus. And people, you can see this, right? Follow the diagram. Two types of sporophylls called megasporophyll and microsporophylls are arranged in the same strobilus. Now tell me. So this leaf is a megasporophyll, no? Because it is bearing the megasporangium. No? Neither. Do I need to label it? So this is a microsporophyle. This one that is bearing the megasporangium is a megasporophyle. Megasporophyll produces a single megasporangium. Can you see? එක බෝලයක් තියෙනවා. Microsporophyll produces single microsporangium. Purple color one ball. That is the microsporangium. Morphologically, two different types of spores are produced. Can you see? Two types of spores, micro and mega. Highlight. This is called heterospory. Highlight the word heterospory. Heterosporous. Selaginellized heterosporous. Selaginellized heterosporous. Right? Right. Megasporangium produces four large megaspores by meiosis. Can you see? I drew four balls. Right? Four megaspores. Microsporangium produces numerous small microspores. Dot dot good. Highlight four megaspores, numerous microspores. Both types of spores have thick, tough walls. Highlight. Microspores are retained and develop into young male gametophytes. So microspores ටික කාලයකට ගෙදර තියාගන්නවා. Within the microsporangium until they become young gametophytes. For a small time they are retained. Once they have become young gametophytes, then they are released. Okay. In the external environment, they become mature male gametophytes. Then we are describing the male gametophyte. Microscopic, enclosed in the microspore wall, non-photosynthetic, depend on stored food. Now, this is the male gametophyte. He is what? Completely dependent on the food that was provided by who? For the food dunya. Sporophyte. Because the sporophyte produces the microsporangium. From the microsporangium, he got some food. Before you go to school, mother packs you some lunch, right? That's all he has. That's all the male gametophyte has. Right? Sporophyte එක pack කරලා දීපු කෑම ටික විතරයි තියෙන්නේ. Because he can't make more. Right? It's like that. He only has some packed lunch. Lunch box එකේ දාගෙන ආපු ටික විතරයි තියෙන්නේ. Right? Did you highlight depend on stored food? Non-photosynthetic. Huh? Male gametophytes produce flagellated sperms. Highlight flagellated. Sperms are flagellated. So now you are thinking, when are they going to become non-flagellated? Antim mohote wenakam they don't. Okay. They are going to retain their flagellated nature till the very last stage of evolution. Nah? Okay, that is the end of microspore story. Jump to megaspores. Megaspores start to develop into the female gametophyte in the strobilus, released to the external environment. Female gametophyte is multicellular, surrounded by the thick wall of megaspore. So what are these structures? This is the megaspore එකේ wall එක. So the gametophyte is sort of like අර ඉබ්බෙක් වගේ. මෙහෙම එළියට rhizoist එකක් දාගෙන ඉන්නවා out of the megaspore wall. Right? It is like partly protected by the megaspore. So this is the female gametophyte inside the megaspore. It is still covered partly by the megaspore wall. Can you see? So it has a few rhizoids. Highlight. It is actually a bit photosynthetic. නිකන් පොඩි hybrid එකක් වගේ. පොඩි photosynthetic ability එකක් it has. Right? It has a small photosynthetic ability. Who? Selaginella female gametophyte. Small photosynthetic ability is there, but still partially dependent on stored food. It's like this. Someone job එකකට යන කෙනෙක්ට ගෙදරින් කෑම එකක් පැක් කරලා දෙන්න. Right? He still has some food brought from home, but also because he is earning a bit of money, he can buy some food as well. Got it? That's how the female gametophyte is like. ගෙදරිනුත් කෑමයක් අරන් එනවා. He brings some home. He brings some lunch from home, but he can also buy some lunch. He can do a bit of photosynthesis and make some food, but he is also partially dependent on the home food as well. අපි internships ගියාම ඒ වගේ, right? You don't earn enough to be completely independent, but you earn a bit. නිකන් කොත්තුවක් කන්න, right? Okay. Archegonia develop in the superficial regions and they are fully embedded, right? So these archegoniums are there where the eggs are produced, right? Sort of in these sort of outside regions you have archegonia. What are archegonia? Sexual organs, reproductive organs of the gametophyte. One egg, එක egg එකයි, always one egg. තාම එක only one archegonium produces only one egg. Sperm swims through external water. Still there is external water requirement. Enters the archegonium. So what is it? Internal fertilization. Fertilizes zygote, embryo, sporophyte. Right? Still the female gametophyte is going to provide some nourishment. This female gametophyte is going to provide some nourishment to the zygote or the embryo. Sporophytic. Did you highlight? Sorry. One egg කියන එක highlight කරන්න. Then sperm swims through external water. Highlight external water. Sperm swims through external water. Highlight. Then young sporophyte obtains nutrients from female gametophyte. Young sporophyte obtain nutrients from female gametophyte. Okay. Quickly and again. Write down the topic. Phylum Lycophyta. Spike moss. Selaginella. The selaginella life cycle is this. I'll give you the note next week. Quickly draw this. Online people, quickly draw it. Okay. When you're drawing the female gametophyte, pay some attention, right? How small rhizoids are there. Yeah, do a bit of labeling there as well. Yeah, I sent a photo, right? Right. You can label some. I mean, no need, right? Archegonia there. Sperm. The resource book. Sorry, the tube diagram is more than enough. What else do you need? Meiosis, mitosis are there. Yeah, complete, no? Yeah, label this as Trobilus. Yeah, that's more than enough. Yeah. So next week we start with some diagrams that is going to summarize everything. Then we have to. So today we did 3 life cycles with 3 phyla, right? So we covered a lot. So the homework today is I'm going to send the recording to the group. Watch the recording again 2 times. Sorry, 1.5 high speed hari dala bala. Okay, that's the home, right? And subscribe to the channel, right? And right, watch the recording. Not tonight. Tomorrow, maybe day after tomorrow, right? Tonight the memory is too fresh. Okay, watch the recording. Go through the tube diagrams again. Close your eyes and imagine the diagram. Okay, that's the home. Because next week it's only 2 phyla, but for one phylum, we have 2 hours of them, right? Phylum gymnos, I mean, Cycadophyta and Anthophyta. Because with the flowering plants, we are going to talk about fruits and everything, right? So, and we are going to do some questions as well. Some questions are given in the tube. Those have to be done as well. Yeah, so we covered a lot today. Don't forget. That's it. Yeah. Will people? So the enrollment details will be sent to you, right? And the website details will be sent to you, so you can get the tube delivered. And right, so that will be the end of this free session, right? Thank you for joining. Okay, see you. Bye. Anyone whose friend is this? Can you give it to Nuranet? Anyone? No. What again? Namata way. So for the new people, I have our term test paper, if you like. When did we have the term test? Last month, no? No, no, November. Eh? Was it November? We had the exam. November, no? Right. You can do this paper. It is only from who else is? The recording is in the channel. It says continuous assessment 1. You can scan, right? Yeah, that's it.